All right. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Oh man, after a couple of days, I am a-okay, but my tongue is still a little numb from the 4th of July experience. So, we're back here with this thing. God, this is awful. I hate this mini game. I tried so hard last time. I tried so hard and it still was wiping me out and it was on normal. And I'm like, what the hell? I even was using the mouse. I was trying to do it at first with just the keyboard, but the mouse was necessary. I don't know what I was doing wrong. And I tried finding out, like, there's no guide to it. It just says just get better or whatever. I'm like, fuck, man. But I did find something out though. I found a really good way to grind levels and to earn a sift. Cause like even whenever your level gets higher and your exp drops, the sift that they drop will always remain the same. So if you know some spots that hit the cap of a certain sift, like 76 water or something like that, then you just can keep farming that because you're not going to be able to get any more at once. So when you find something that drops a maximum number, you just can keep zoning in and out and farming it to get the sift that you need. So the monsters that appeared when it turned nightfall in Grand Seal, the ghosts are all out now. So there's a banshee ghost that drops about 33 wind per banshee, and there's the flaming skull heads. Those drop a lot of fire, and the wisps are like the spooky ghosts, and they drop a lot of water. So right there we got plenty of fire, wind, and water, but right now there's nothing really much any else that I can do for the other ones, so I can't really unlock any more slots. But I did spend some time grinding levels on those to where the exp was no longer worth it, and I did grind out some better quartz for them. So I went up and I got back to this point so we don't waste any more time, and we're gonna kick off again with this. Oh, with this again. I hope I can get it done. Ugh. Oh, shit. I remember. This can't be happening. How could my Apache be defeated? Where's the parachute? Is this it? No! This is the button to deploy the big victory's mine flag. No! I think it was because I was in so much pain last time that I just could not focus. What should we do? Should we go down and recover him? What? Oh. Forget it. I say we just leave him. Lord Cabanela seemed to have taken quite a liking to him, though. You sure? I think that's all the more reason we should leave him. You know what Lord Cabanela's personality is like. He'll probably find the whole thing much more entertaining this way. I guess you're right. Did I get him? I'll say. Best of all, it looks like he fell into Valeria Lake, so he'll be fine. The society guys beat it too. Damn fine job you did there, Josette. If it not for you, we'd probably be the one swimming in the lake now. Yeah, you did great. Oh, there's no need to make that big of a deal out of it. You probably could have thrown them off our tail even without my help if you had a bit more time, Kyle. And besides, it was all possible because of Dad's leadership. Oh. What's wrong, Josette? Oh, yeah. Huh? Are you two still stuck on that? There's nothing really can be said about being honest with one another. Hop on it, Josette. If you got something you want to say, spit it out. Right. I'm sorry, Don. But then, you'll forgive me? After how badly I messed up? Why else would I be saying sorry to you? You don't need to make me regret myself. Well, what's up with you? I really am the luckiest bastard alive. Who else can say that they have a younger sister as great as you? No one, that's who. Wah! Stop that. Everyone can hear you. Sorry. Oh, and sorry for all that too, Kyle. And thanks. Ah, forget it. That was all you. Is your ladyship in here? I am, but who is it? Well, when I was securing the cargo earlier after we got attacked, I found this envelope on the floor in the storeroom. I was just wondering if you had any idea what it could be. Wait. Could it be? Looks like our client didn't get a receipt or the letter this time. Oh, man. Every time I think I can't get any stupider. Anyway, it's this thing here. It's from the Empire. This has to be it. There's a problem? There was, but it's all fine now. Thanks for giving this to me. Anything for you, your ladyship. Well, I gotta get back to work. Phew, I'm relieved we found the letter. Lucky us, huh? So, what's written on it? Let's see. Huh. Apparently, he's gonna be leaving the Empire soon. He says he'll be in the middle of looking for someone. Yeah? I wonder what he's going next. That it, though. I figured there'd be a personal message for you in there something. Well, there is, but it's not much. It just says not to forget to take it easy once in a while and look after yourself. At least that shows he cares about you in his own way. There's one more thing under it, too. What's that? This is a bit too staff for brains. There's no harm in acting, though, but it's all for nothing if you go and get yourself hurt. Huh. She can be a mind of her own business. Sounds like something she'd write, though. Whoa! Sure is nice to see them take the time to send us a letter, huh? Anyway, I'd say break time's over for us. Yeah, we're gonna need to get more on it if we want to make our next delivery on time. Should we speed it up then, Don? Yeah, we're gonna need to make up for lost time. Raise her up to 90% thrust, 2,000 SIP. Yes, sir. Side story finished. Received detection. And now she has her S-Craft, the Bobcats. Kinda sucks. I have attack 2 on her. Maybe if I get rid of this. Oh, it's required for, these are Earth required, that's why I have it on there. So that's -3 strength, but this is +3 strength. So it basically just makes it +3 strength for both of those. That was a banshee. So where are we now? 100% positive this is the Grand Arena. There used to be all kinds of events and liberal and martial art tournaments and stuff. Steele's team actually ended up winning the big one held last year. Agate was pretty disappointed when he found out about it. He wanted to enter too. I bet he did. Oh yeah, your brothers took part in the tournament too, right, Josie? Steele and Joshua mentioned it a while back. Yeah, we did. Can't say it was much fun. We were basically just dragged into the arena as criminals. Wait, where did that Josie thing came from? Why am I the only one who gets a weird nickname? Huh? Oh, not a fan? It just popped in my mind. I thought it sounded cute. It fits you perfectly too, but if that bothers you too much, I guess I can go with something like Joe? Just call me Josette like everyone else does. Regardless, it feels as though something is lying in wait for us here. We should proceed with caution. Agreed. Bring to me the fist of steel, which nothing in this world can move. Only then shall this door open. Well, we made it to the arena. This is some kind of enemy show up out of nowhere to fight us, isn't it? Whoa! Now look what you've done. It's just a coincidence, I swear. Cleaning up my big mouth, I feel like I just set up something. Eek! Here they come.
Shall we?
Oh, I am ready.
Ta! Yeah! Eat hot arrow!
Take that! How's that? Hey! Goddess, my thanks to thee.
More? We'll defeat as many as we have to.
Upon the golden wings of... Told you I could handle it. We did it!
Bah, how many of these fights are we gonna have to do? Our next foe seems to be quite large, too. What in the hell? Is that a mechanical horse? Seems to be just like one of the Steel's crew beat under Genis. And not to jinx it, but this is probably going to be the last one. So let's finish this. no weaknesses, but it looks like no fire and no air attacks.
Goddess, have mercy. That's it.
I'm gonna try again. Well, at least I know it works on it.
Crap! This isn't good!
Oh, come on. It delayed them all?
I gotta give it my...
I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. Let's end this. I hope.
Take that! Huh? How's that? Hey!
Alright, that got him.
Scary.
Riesler and 1,000 sparrows. Whoa, hey, wait a minute. You can actually earn more than 76? Huh. I guess this one doesn't have the limit. Oh, that's okay. That's good to know. One second, I need to get some drink. Get some water here. Some carbonated waters. Ah, that's ice cold. Evade 3, nice. Whoa. I left behind a stone. Is this our prize for winning? Only the best for the champions. Whoever is set up in this is sure a lot of effort into making it like a proper tournament. They must have had a lot of free time on their hands. Well, congrats, gang. We found our 5th sealing stone. Let's head back and see who's inside. Right? It's hard to believe there is seriously someone in that thing, though. that looks like... So even he ended up here. So, one of the stars of the show makes his grand appearance. Is that someone you know too? No is an understatement. He's everyone's favorite black-haired prince. Huh? Still, get down. What? Josette! Joshua! Joshua! Josette? Tita? Is this a dream? Or did some kind of illusionary tactic meant to disorient me? Trust you to get the right on theorizing. Sorry, but this ain't no dream, or illusion for that matter. I'm surprised to find so many of you here. Mind telling me exactly what the situation we found ourselves in? Guess that wasn't enough to convince you all this is actually happening, huh? Oh, not at all. Consider me convinced. While the idea of this being an illusion seemed initially plausible, the existence of your companion ever there made it quite unlikely. Me? Correct. As I am right in assuming that you're a member of the Grand Sitter. You can tell? Well, you're with Kevin and use a Templar sword to fight. It's a safe enough assumption on my part. My name is Joshua, incidentally, Joshua Bright. Ray's Argent. I'm a squire. Since we're on the subject, I'm curious how you came to be familiar with us in our organization. Wait a second, Joshua. Why does her being here prove that this is an illusion? Is me being here not proof enough for you? Oh, you know. I don't think I've ever seen you with that visor on before, have I? Does that have to do with the delivery company you mentioned running a while back? It suits you. Yeah, that's it. We're doing awesome for ourselves these days, too. But you didn't answer my question. But surely you can tell by looking at me that I'm the real thing. Generally, whenever you're an illusion, the other people who appear in it are people you're familiar with. The reason being is they draw on and utilize knowledge the victim has in order to create the world. I've met the rest of you, but Reese is a complete stranger. And not only a complete stranger, an unusual one too. She may not prove for certain that this is an illusion, but she does make it seem rather unlikely. I think I get what you're saying. Maybe. Basically, the reason I don't prove this is an illusion is because we're so close. Well, you can put it that way, I guess. Haha, okay. That's fine by me. Hehe. Anyway, it's so good to see you again, Joshua. I'm glad to see you looking well, too. You've grown a bit this past half year, haven't you? You noticed. I'm surprised to see you caught up in all this, though. It must have been a real surprise to find yourself here all of a sudden. Yeah, it still doesn't feel completely real to me even after all this time, to be honest. Oh, right. You don't know where Estelle could be, do you? I wish I did. That said, I'm sure she was surrounded by the same light that I was. I'd say the odds are fairly high she's somewhere in Phantasma like us. Oh, actually, where were you before you ended up here anyway? Your last letter says you're in Erebonia. Were you still there? Oh no, not anymore. We were over in Crossbell at the moment, or were, the situation as it is now. Really? We were flying over there before I ended up here, too. You were? I wonder if there was anything to that. It's relatively close to Liberal, so they may have something to do with it. I myself was in Erebonia, but I was in the town closer to the border of Liberal. Oh, right. I've got a question for you, Father Graham. Supporting that we assume that all this was caused by an incredibly powerful artifact, do you think such a thing would have been able to exert its influence as far as Crossbell or Parm? I seriously doubt it. The only thing I can think of that was able to affect the wide area was the Areola's orbital shutdown phenomenon. That actually did reach the southern edge of Erebonia. I see, so it would need something as powerful as one of the Septarians in. Though speaking of which, is the Areoli itself been accounted for? You can't mean this is the work of the Areoli! I don't think we should rule out the possibility, Tita. Even if we assume the Areoli was involved in some way, that wouldn't never answer most of the questions we want answers to. Indeed, such as who our enemies are and how Gransteel ended up filled with fiends or magical barriers. Or how we ended up facing actual embodiments of devils from church scripture or the presence of the higher elements. Until we have a theory we can explain all these mysteries, we should probably refrain from jumping to conclusions. I would have to agree. Still, that being the case, I'd like to propose we focus on working out what happened to Gransteel first and foremost. My thoughts exactly. I know you're probably worried about his steel right now, but it'd be up for helping us? And that was my intention from the beginning. I can't very well turn my back on friends in need for one thing. Besides, I think I'll find her a lot faster by helping out rather than sitting here worrying. I hope we do. Well, I'll be glad to have you with us at least. That's what I wanted to hear. Cheers, man! Well, as soon as we're ready, we should make our way back to the capital. I expect something will have changed there as a result of us releasing Joshua from the stone. Right. Actually, you know what?
Take it!
Well, at least they got him with some decent ordnance on him. I'm so glad we were able to set Joshua free from his stone. I've really missed him. I'm worried we haven't found his steel yet, though. It sounds like she probably was somewhere too, after all. I hope we can find her soon. Hey, Kevin. I've gone over the whole area, but I can't find any traps at all. It's still possible there may be varieties I'm not aware of, but I think it's safe to conclude that this area is free of them for now. Thanks, we had to look around ourselves and reach the same conclusion. It's only this area that's safe, though. Take one step outside, there's baddies around every corner. Interesting. For now, I'll probably for the best if we just don't act alone. No, that's a funny picture of him. Someone really knows how to give people a scare. This seems to be quite an old castle, so it certainly is fitting for something like this. I personally dock points for overdoing the theatrics, however. I can't bear to stand outside here a moment longer. We should make our way inside at once. Yeah, we should. Alright, let's do this. Well, it looks like the place is empty. We're not alone, though. Be careful, they are gathering. What? Here comes the working me party. Oh, goodness. Grant us peace of these poor lost souls. I ain't even bother.
Told you I could handle this. Over here, Bobcat! Told you I could handle this.
Ah, this wasn't what I wanted to find. Where did everyone go? I don't know, but we should start looking right away. Even though no one's here, we might be able to find some kind of clue as to where they have gone now. I can only hope so. In particular, we should focus our search on the throne room, royal guard room, royal keep, and a sealed area. Those are most likely areas for house clues. Can you see the clue? It's the Blue's Clues. new gear. Oh, we can get mine too now. I really need to get a hold of those cast Tues now. Well, we can also do EP Cut 2 now, too. Space, and Mirage seem to be the hardest Sif to get my hands on. I don't know.
Strike as one!
Let's end this. Let's end this.
Hey!
Yeah! Not bad.
Yeah, not worth it. Oh, come on. They too far back. Eek! Stay away, stay away! What was that human's voice, was it? So, there's someone still safe here? We should hurry and go help them right away. Nah.
Take that! How's that?
What did I do to deserve this? Stay back. Don't come any closer, please. What is this curious spectacle? Crap, I've forgotten all about him. So had I. I suppose it has no surprise he ended up here, however. Sucks to admit, but you're right. And it sucks even more that I got a whole lot of questions to ask him, and the only way I'm gonna get him is to bail him out. Get away from him. If you're unable to leave behind your attachment to this world, allow us to help you. Well, what are you what are you wonderful angelic model human beings doing here? Save it for the sweet talking later. First, we need to take these things out. Just stay there and don't get in our way.
O pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
I'm alive. Thank you so much. You saved... Now it's time for you to answer some questions for us. Is there anything you'd like to ask him, Captain? As it so happens, yes. How exactly did you come to be here? Gilbert, I believe. Do you know anything regarding how the capital came to be this way? No, I don't. I just woke up and found myself in the port here. I didn't know why or how. I went into town, but there's no one there, just a bunch of weird armored knights. I started running away from them, and the next thing I knew, I found myself in this castle. So you were sent to a different place than us, huh? Too bad the Sari had already gone weird by the time you woke up. I was kind of banking on you witnessing whatever happened here. Well, boo-hoo to you. Hey, so while we were asking questions, I just remembered how that one Ouroboros airship tried to knock us out of the sky a while back. You weren't a part of that personally, right? How did you... I mean, of course not. Why would you ever think that? You could be more suspicious if you tried. What should we do with him, Kevin? Disarm him and tie him up? It's fine. He's not worth the trouble. He doesn't seem to know anything worthwhile, and he'll just get in our way, to be honest. I suppose it's true. Well, that's all for business we have with you. Kindly remove yourself from our sight. Think you can't make me out of here as some kind of useless fop, do you? Well, you'll regret this. When I find a way out of this place, you're gonna be begging me to share it with you, but I won't. You can wander here, lost for all eternity for all I care. Are you sure he's gonna be okay on his own? The fiends in these parts are pretty strong, and he's about as tough as an old sponge. Nah, I'm sure he'll be fine. He is technically a member of Ouroboros. I'm sure he can look after himself. I believe we wasted enough of our time on him. We should assume exploring the castle. Come on. Bring to me the boy whose eyes of ember and the princess with an indomitable will. Only then shall the door open. Claudia and Joshua, I guess. It's weird because this one will make you chase you. This will make them leave you alone. When you put them two together, Hayes actually takes precedence. At least it did in the other games. They might have changed it. We'll see. They have nice bonuses on them, so I'm hoping that I can keep it that way on her. I want to try to eventually get the earth wall on her so that I can, as a matter of fact. No, that's not enough. If I get a EP cut 2 on here, I'll be able to get La Forti and then boost everyone's attack up. That would be nice. Something might happen here. What? What the? Thank you for coming this far. I entrust this to you. Please, my... Whoa! Or what was that? A ghost? Perhaps not. There was something familiar about it. I surprised me when I first saw it, sure. But it's weird. I didn't seem all that scary of a ghost. Yeah, see? Haze takes precedence, so when you have both Haze and Scent on the same character, then you don't have to worry. An attack 2. I don't need another attack 2. Hey, Father, I have some Strega inside. Would you kindly come and try them on? Is this some form of elevator? Yes, it connects the castle to a ruin 500 arc below it, but this doesn't make sense. You're telling me what's going on here? What's bothering you? Well, from when I first came to Liberal, Julie led me through this room and into the area below. But this isn't how the room was. It was way tidier. Indeed, to my knowledge, this room was put in order and then locked, and then under the impression that it was to remain that way. It almost as if it returned to the same way it was back during the coup d'etat. That was the last time I remember it being in this state. Are you trying to suggest that we may have gone back in time? I find it impossible to believe that it may have been the case, but what else could I explain this? Of course, it could be mistaken, and yet... Well, if we're gonna follow that ghost, seems like we want to do, then we'll have to keep up the hope and answers along the way. Time to climb on board and see what's waiting for us. Right. Oh my. Whoa, this place is crazy. I doubt we'll have to make our way through here without a significant amount of preparation. Might I suggest we return to base for now? I think we should go a little further inside and see what state of ruin it is at first. Kinda hard to know what to prepare for if we don't know the fiends that we'll be up against. True enough. Let's advance a little further before returning to the garden den. This can't be right. Impossible. Is something wrong? Oh, something is wrong, alright. Unless my memory is mistaken, the inner layout of this place is completely different. It is, without a doubt. This area should be a corridor that leads to the first three-way junction. How is this even possible? I don't think there's any chance that you're mistaken. Now it all makes sense. Well, come on. Don't keep us all in suspense. Have you worked something out? Maybe, but let's head down to the elevator first. I'm almost sure the answer is going to be waiting for us somewhere ahead. Alright. Let us be sure that we're ready for anything. This isn't possible. How are we at the lowest floor of the ruin already? Could it be space that we are distorted? Nah, that alone would explain how the entire layout of the place has changed. Let's just keep up the pace. I've got a feeling there's gonna be something or someone waiting for us not far ahead. Alright. Well, if you say so, but we better be sure we're ready. Oh, okay, there's a little recharge station. Kevin. Yeah? It's that smell again. It's the same one that you smelled before the coffin-like devil appeared. Well, that doesn't sound good. So, you noticed the smell, did you? The dogs of the church are good noses, if nothing else. Who's there? Huh. Who are you? I was wondering when you'd finally show your face. So you're the Lord the Knight spoke of, aren't you? Haha, suppose I am. I do, after all, rule the land of Phantasma. Such is the name of the only fitting. You may call me the Lord of Phantasma if you see wish. The Lord of Phantasma? Indeed. That's not the name mentioned in your beloved testaments, is it, Rees Argan? So you know who I am, too. Someone's brushed up on their homework. That's enough time spent on trivial greetings. Listen to me, Lord of Phantasma, or whatever your name is. If all we've seen here is your doing, then return Grand Seal to the way it used to be at once. Should you refuse to comply, I shall cut you down here myself. My. For your request is so meaningless, I scarcely know how to respond. There's no harm in devoting, but done in excess, it can only serve to close your eyes to the truth. Well, do you understand now, Julia Swartz? What? I see my suspicions were right after all. The Grand Soul we've been fighting our way through isn't even the real thing, is it? It's just an imitation of it. A replica of the city created here in Phantasma. That can't be. Could that really be true? Wait, does that mean the Bobcat at the port is a fake too? I'm afraid that's a question I have to intention of answering at the present time. Perhaps this is the real ship after all, or the real one hidden elsewhere. Only time will tell, and only time will tell where your dear brothers are too. What do you think, Josette Capula? So all this time, Her Majesty and Princess Claudia were safe. Ah, adios, thank you for your unwavering mercy. Oh? Your relief strikes me as coming from then of a little prematurely. Whoever said that there you care about are safe, it wasn't me. Pardon? No. Does that contain... Ha ha. Think of this as the final reward placed for you to earn your second plane. Of course, rewards aren't given free. If you wish to earn it, you will have to overcome a trial first. What is that thing? This is another of the 77 devils mentioned in the Testaments. One of the two gatekeepers at Gehenna and leader of a vast army of minions. Rustrum the Savage. Are you insane? How do you think we can handle something that powerful after bringing it to life? I need not worry, for I have you to defeat it for me. Enjoy.
Strike as one!
I hold in my hand the chalice of heaven. May its holiest of lights act as our shield. Grand fear!
Told you I could handle this. Over here, Bobcat! What is safe is my master.
Shit, that hurt.
This is bad.
Oh man, she's just short of raising.
Crap! This isn't good!
How am I supposed to survive against
Have
that?
mercy.
Take that! How's that?
Well, I know I can steal an attack 3 from him.
Take that! How's that?
That's it for me.
I hold in my hand a chalice.
Strike as one! Told you I...
Goddess bless you. What is it? No way!
Oh, that was terrible.
Strike as one!
I hold in my...
I guess I can only steal one thing out of them
Justice
then.
must
Oh, we
always
didn't have to kill the
prevail.
minions. God, that thing was crazy. I can't believe it. We were able to defeat it. But now... Ha ha. That was truly a delightful spectacle. Well, take your reward. You've earned it. Oh. Thank goodness. Captain. Surprised you made good on your promise. Now, you ready to cut down to the chase? What do you want from us? What the hell is the point of all this? Ha ha. Poor Kevin Graham. Poor, pitiful Kevin. Please try to let me Damn, I can't read that red text like that. Let me down any more than you already have. I am a shadow. Much like a shadow only exists when there are something to cast it, I too only exist because of something within your number. But your group, god damn, I can't read that shit. Do you grasp my meaning? What? Kevin? How could I? You're just spouting nonsense. If you think being all cryptic is gonna confuse us and lead us astray, you're very much mistaken, buddy. Fair enough. Spouting cryptic nonsense is simply what I do. That is what you believe, is it? Then it must be true. Screw you. Perhaps I ought to go a different name after all. How do you think Lord of Nonsense sounds? Worth fitting, perhaps. I said screw you! What? Kevin! What is wrong with you? Nothing. Don't worry. That's literally just a shadow. Is it? Oh. So that was a body double, or an empty shell of a more appropriate in this case. We barely took our eyes off them. I commend you for noticing. Still, your role on this plane is now over. And the wings of white to your number, and the journey of deeper into the abyss are inside. I shall be awaiting our next encounter. Ha 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 ha. Please, they take the overblown theatrics way too seriously. Our resident evildoer is gonna have to work on their act if they want to sound like anything more than a walking cliche. Anyway, we're done here. We get ourselves another ceiling stone to open up. So let's mosey on back to the base. I think we all know what's inside at this point. I think it's obvious to me this time. Thank you, I appreciate it. Into chapter 2. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I failed as your mother. But I'm so tired. I'm so tired. At least this way. At least this way the two of us can. That dream again. How long is it gonna take before it goes away? It had to happen in Rafinia's big day, too. I was hoping I'd be able to stop worrying her when I get older, but at this rate... I'm sure she's pretty used to you worrying her already. Oh, it's you, Reyes. Don't scare me like that. How long have you been here? For a while. We're supposed to be cleaning the chapel today, but you weren't getting up, so I came to check on you. You seem to have a nightmare, though, so I thought I'd wake you. Oh, okay. Sorry, Reyes. I was being a pain for you again, wasn't I? No more than usual. You've been a loser since the day I met you. I don't expect you to change anytime soon. Ouch. Kick a guy when he's down, why don't you? Well, whatever. We don't want to be late for breakfast on Rafinia's big day. So let's go and get this done. Alright. Rafina. Oh. Good morning, you two. I wasn't expecting to see you here this early. Are you on cleaning duty today? Yes, but what are you doing up so early? You got a long journey ahead of you. You need plenty of sleep or you're gonna be exhausted before you even get there. I mean, isn't Arteria ages away from here? Well, yes, but I'm not able to offer my prayers to Adios here again for quite some time. So I decided to get up early and pray all the days I'm gonna be missing, too. Seriously? That's why? You're very you. Are you really gonna be that busy, though? I thought you might be able to come home from time to time at least. I wish I could say otherwise, but I probably will. I've only just become a squire, so there'll be plenty of work to store for me. I'll be lucky to find time to sleep, never mind come home. I might be able to squeeze some time into my schedule once I've gotten the hang of workload, but until then... Okay. And that's why you're gonna sleep now while you still can. Come on, you done enough praying for one day. Go back to bed until breakfast or something. You're so cold to me. Huh? What? How? I thought you'd want to make the most of the time you have left of me, but it looks like you don't even want me here. Sniffles. Did I do a bad job at raising you? I never said I didn't want you here. And you might have done a lot for me, but raising me is a stretch. It's okay. He's just embarrassed. He's actually more than happy to talk to you. He's just terrible at showing it. Oh, get over yourself. Is that so now? I should have known. You're such a typical boy, Kevin. They're all acting different to avoid letting their loved ones know just how much they care. And don't you forget, he's a rebellious age, too. How have I managed to survive being twisted around your fingers for so long? Is trying to toy with the hearts of an innocent young boy is a family thing or what? Oh, I hardly say young. It's been about 5 years by now, you know. Ah, speaking of which, I think I'm starting to get a craving for some chocolate. Maybe I go pick up some on the way from the station. Quincy Bell, of course, for obvious reasons. Oh, their new mint chocolate's my current favorite. The fresh aftertaste mixes with the chocolate flavor very well. I admit that it does sound tempting, but I think I'm more in the mood for classic milk this time. That flavor will always be a fun trip down memory lane for me. Because of how we met? Kevin, you're disgusting. Why? I think we all get that warm and fuzzy feeling when we look back on it. After all, the day you came to live with us, Kevin, was the start of many, many new and wonderful memories. I treasure every single one I've made during the 5 years. They're all priceless to me. Then why did you decide to become a squire and leave us? It just doesn't seem to be the right job for you. Even if you wanted to be with a church, couldn't you have become a sister at the chapel in town or something? I'm sorry, Kevin. Apparently, I've just got the aptitude for it. Or I've been told. I feel like the best thing I can do is to make what and try to help people the best way I can. Of course, there's always a chance I won't be cut out for it, and all will have to come home anyway. Huh. There's no way a girl as naive as you is going to be any good at that kind of crazy tough stuff you have to do. You better come home straight back. You had enough. Psst, really? Well, if it does come to that, I'll be expecting a nice warm welcome from the two of you. And with that, I believe this conversation has done a lovely job with helping you procrastinate cleaning far long enough. Shouldn't I lead a hand? If you're gonna go do the job, we might do it perfectly and the whole chapel sparkling. It's gotta be the princess. 2 lights. I wonder if the other one could be. Scream? What just happened? Julia? Did you leave your training exercise on board your seal? I'm so relieved to see you're safe, Your Highness. And I see Sig is with you too. Woof! He is, but he's not quite sure what's going on. What? Long time no see. Hi, Chloe. I'm sure I wasn't expecting to run into you here. What are y'all doing here? Oh. It's good to see you too, Chloe. And Sig too, of course. You two look well. Thank you. I'm not sure what to say. I feel like I should be waking up any moment now, but I'm not sure if I even want to. Yeehaw! I see. We found ourselves in quite the predicament, have we? I'm relieved to hear that the empty Grand Seal you found wasn't the real city at least, but still. Unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily rule out that the real capital is in danger. We're dealing with something that has such great power and can create flawless replicas of a vast city. In the world? I felt like something was crawling up my nose. Oh, hey, how's it going there, system? Thank you very much for the raise. Let me go ahead and shout out
No and tequila, I really wanna feel ya.
There you go. Hey, welcome, y'all. Hey, my name's Lyles. I am a ferret VTuber, and I like playing nothing but role-playing and Japanese role-playing games. And right now, we are in the third game of the Trails in the Sky series. The third, and we just finished Chapter 2. On Mondays, I am currently playing Terra Nigma, which is the sequel to Illusion of Gaia. And I am also playing Dragon Quest VIII on Tuesdays. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much, and I hope, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you gotta leave, that's fine. But all of those that want to stick around, enjoy your stay, and I hope that I don't bore you too much. I'm pretty quiet a lot of times, but this game does get me yapping. Oh, okay. Hey, well, thank you very much, System, for the follows. This is a little different from the previous two, but not so much to where that I'm having trouble adapting. I've actually already started settling in some of the new little mechanics they have here. Reyes, surely there's no need to worry her so. Well, we have nothing to gain from straying away from the truth. If anything, she's helping me better understand the gravity of the situation we're in. I'd like to help with the investigation if I can. I'm not sure if I can do much more than what you've already doing, but I won't drag you down. Woof! But, Your Highness... I'm sorry, Julia, but I'm afraid nothing you can say will change my mind. I may not fully understand the situation we're in, but I do know that it threatens the safety of our capital, perhaps the whole nation. I'd be a disgrace of a crown princess if I were to stand by and do nothing while the people I will day rule over are threatened. Wow, you're amazing, Chloe. Oh yeah. As you wish, Your Highness. Well, welcome to the team. Great, I'll do what I can. So, our next destination is Teleportation Circle at the end of the sealed area? Yeah, that should let us travel to the next area. Or by the sounds of it, to the next plane. Yeah, that appears to be the technical name for the various areas that make up the land we're in. It's a concept used by the Septim Church, too. Our world is made up of a number of planes and realms situated on top of one another. Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it, thanks. At the top of the sky, the goddess dwells. Below in the earth where we live, and the bottom lies Gehenna, where sinners are judged. Those are the three main, but between them, there are countless other planes that are realms too. So in other words, the farther down we descend, the less blessings of the goddess will be able to reach us. Hey, can you not say stuff like that? With all the creepy monsters roaming around, it's freaky enough around here as it is. You sound like a child who's afraid to walk around the house when the lights are off. Although I suppose that does make sense given you truly are a child. I am so not a child. Anyway, if that fake Grand Seal was the second plane, the next one is the third, right? I mean, it sounds obvious, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be one clear direction or if we may run into a fork at some point. I think straightforward is a safe enough assumption to make for now. And while we may not know what the Lord of Phantasma wants with us, we know it's nothing good. So even if it's not like that, it doesn't change how ugly this can get. Now let's get ready for just about anything. Who knows what'll be waiting for us up ahead. Something wrong, Raze? You think you might have figured something out or the rest of the class would love to hear about it? No, it's nothing important. You're right, we should get going, ready to leave. It may be worth our while to investigate some of the doors we encountered this for a tour, too. Yeah, I don't know what's up with those things, but they sure are a ton of them. At the very least, they don't seem to have been placed by any of our foes. I'm sure in favor of investigating them, too.
Let's move out.
Great!
Oops.
Let's move out.
Let's see. What was I gonna do? My brain stopped for a second. That's all we can do for now, I guess. Yeah, she's already set up, that's nice. Alright, let's go to the castle hall. Let's go ahead and take out that door that had the requisites for Joshua and Chloe. Oh, whoops. This way. Where was it? I know it was somewhere around here. Gotta look around. Maybe it was at the entrance of the castle. I'll look around here too. Ah, here it is. There's another one that's at the entrance of the castle. Oh, I'm so stupid. I didn't even stop to think. Hold on a second. Let me teleport back real quick. I just remembered. Every 4 fights, you come back here and you take a little sip of the springs. Get your all CP charged up. Well, first let's check out this one. Oh wait, the guardian of the royal family and the blade that serves the imperial house. That's yeah, I think I have an idea who those two are. Okay, so we just go. Mueller and what's her name? Oh, keep wanting to go in there for some reason. Alright, we're charged up and ready to go. I shall grant to you a memory fragment in my blessing. Breaking news. Liberal News Special Issue. The Flying City falls. Liberal is in safe once more. Glory to the young bracers who saved us all from crisis. The mysterious structure that appeared had month over Valeria Lake disappeared suddenly as it came, collapsing loudly in a giant mountain of rubble into the lake. Wary of our readers may have witnessed the moment for themselves, but it seems that this visible not only from Liberal but from the stubborn southern edges of the empire and up from Calvert as well. A small minority agreed that the structure may have been a new weapon belonging to the Royal Army, but this turn of events seemed to conclusively rule out the possibility. The collapse of Liberal Arc is caused by a 2-arc high tsunami around the edges of the lake, but so far there have been no reports of serious injuries, fatalities, or missing persons as a result of this. The worst that seems to have been required is a number of unfortunate fishermen who were unable to escape at the time, getting covered in water. According to an investigation by the Royal Guard and Bracers Guild, it was a flying city from ancient Sumerian times. How exactly it came to be in Valeria Lake to begin with, or what caused it to collapse, remains to be confirmed, but it appears to be without a doubt an international crime syndicate known as the Society somehow involved. While this is yet to be officially confirmed, reports suggest that an investigation from the city encountered a group of Crimson soldiers there, supporting the above there. And to place just one mystery after another, we can let these guys get away with any more than they already had, said a member of the team. Furthermore, Zeus Central Factory and the Royal Army are planning to continue investigating the Liberal Arc, and to this end is launching a combined salvage operation. Around the time of Liberal Arc's collapse, the orbital station phenomenon is tormented. The whole of the country finally ceased. As a result, many now believe that the country caused the phenomenon, but is conclusive proof that this has been established, and we can only await further research into the issue. The orbital shutdown phenomenon and the chaos that was created by a result was a sobering reminder that the dependent of all of us on ordnance in our family daily lives. Perhaps something similar may never happen again, but this is still a good opportunity to reflect on just how much we owe the ordnance, and perhaps to try to reduce our reliance on them. As previously reported, Her Highness Princess Claudia is now this nation's crown princess. As a result, we will now be referring to her and such as the publications moving forward. Crown Princess Claudia wanted no time after assuming her position in meeting with Prince Olivert in the Erebonian Empire, and together they confirmed their two nations' relationship with one another. After discussions, they both reported they are still together. It's widely expected that this meeting will contribute to ensuring the peaceful relations between Erebonia in the future. In addition, the pair plan to both be in attendance at the upcoming banquet being held in Grandseal Castle. We'll bring you all the latest in due time. As you know, our homeland Liberal has fallen victim to the vast number of calamities over the past year, and this coup d'etat and the bizarre changes of the Tricyclet Towers, coming after the assault to the ancient dragon, our capital being attacked, and finally the Liberal Arc's appearance, as already discussed in this very issue. What you may not know, however, is that there is a group of young men and women who are involved in the resolution of all these crises, and their steel-like will and unyielding determination leading them into conclusion. And not far then, these crises may not have been resolved or taken turn for the worse. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for all that they have done for us. Thank you. You are truly the nation's great hope. What is taking you so long, Dorothy? Get a move on. I'm gonna leave you behind. Oh, wait! Wait for me! No time for waiting. If we take much longer, the banquet's gonna start without us. We're taking about as much a celebration held by the Queen here. Being late is not an option. But I'm so hungry. I can't walk another step. have a horrible feeling that I know what's going on here. You skipped lunch, so you came to eat more at the banquet, didn't you? I didn't even eat breakfast. I haven't even eaten a thing since yesterday. Going thirsty 30 hours without eating is making me feel all kind of lightheaded. What the hell were you thinking? I can't move. Carry me. Hell no. Come on, we're going. There's no way we can miss an occasion like this. There's gonna be an adios knows how many famous people there. First on the agenda is snapping a photo of Her Majesty, the Crown Princess, and then... This actually isn't so bad. He's dragging her and she likes it. At one point, this very capital was placed in grave danger. But thanks to the efforts of everyone here and many others, all is well. This humble banquet is intended to be an occasion to celebrate that fact, as well as the honor of those who contributed to making it a reality. If you would, Claudia. Of course. All those invited to today's party contributed in one way or another to protecting the peace of Liberal by ending the peril that we have faced with. Whether it was extending a helping hand to those in need of working to fight off the threats that installed fear in the hearts of our people. As this country's future monarch, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. Thank you all very much. Holding this party is nothing compared to that you have done, but... Oh, we just made it. Phew. Oh, we're finally here. Food! Someone give me food! What the hell are you doing? Eating can wait. You've got pictures to take. The Crown Princess's speech might be finishing soon. Okay. Well, I do hope you all enjoy your time here all the same. I'm sure you all are busy men and women, burdened by a great many responsibilities and concerns. But today, I would ask you to cast those aside and order the rest, relax, and enjoy yourselves. The food and offer here is some of the finest and liberal, so by all means partake until you can no more. And may the goddess bless this nation. Clothes really something else, huh? I'm not sure I can dress super nice, get up in front of the crowd like that, and make a big speech the way she did. Yeah, she is. She said that she wasn't feeling confident about how she'd do as Crown Princess before. But aside from where I'm standing, she's doing just fine. Seeing her makes me kind of jealous, though. I wish I could pull off fancy dresses the way she does. You got something to say, mister? Oh, it's nothing. You're just not all that girly most of the time, so it always takes me by surprise when you suddenly are. What do you mean I'm not girly? Sure, lately we've been so busy with helping to get Liberal back in shape, so I haven't even had the chance to go back home. But that doesn't mean I don't want to wear a pretty dress or something nice once in a while, you know. I know. Still, it really is surprising just how much you've grown, even in these past few weeks. I have? Well, it's been pretty tough running up and down the country so much, but she kept up with ease. And your judgments as a bracers are getting more spot on with every decision you make. Fancy dress or not, I think you're a pretty wonderful person, Estelle. I don't know why, but it's weird having you pile on the compliments so much. But what can I say? I'm glad that things seem to have finally calmed down a bit at the work front these past few days. The capital may not be entirely the way it was, but it's getting there. I think we'll finally afford to take a breather. Yeah. Oh, look! Look at all the food! The chefs at the castle supposedly made the entire spread, too. There's no way I'm missing out on this. I didn't get to enjoy the food back during the birthday festivities, and now my time to pig out big time. Hee hee, I'm gonna eat until I barf. Damn. Stay there, okay, Joshua? I'm gonna go scope out the goods. She might have grown in some areas, but she's still got a ways in others. Hey, look, how you doing, Joshua? Estelle not here with you? She just went to go get food a second ago, actually. Are you two more at work then, or fun? Bingo. There ain't many occasions where many famous faces are gathered in one place. There's no way we could pass up a chance to come and score some interviews. Don't think we're getting out of this without answering some questions either. We'll get you a second or two later. So, not going home until you've spoken to us, alright? Alright. Great, next up is a crown princess. Hop on it, Dorothy. I can't go on, I need something to eat. Let me have something to eat. Not until we're done. Questions to ask, photos to take. Why are you so mean? He's even more fired up today than usual. I wonder how Esteel's doing. So much for scoping out the food. I suppose it's as good as chance as any. I know lots of people here on personal level too. Maybe I should go around and thank them while I have the chance. You're able to make it, Richard. Thanks to the Brigadier General Bright's generosity, yes. I've received an official pardon from Her Majesty for my actions. Probably for foiling the Society's attacks on Grand Seal, right? That's good news. I'm happy for you. I wish I could say the same, but I don't feel as though I deserve to be pardoned at all. Now that the nation's at peace, I feel this is the time I should be facing up to my crimes, not having them swept under the rug. I can't say I don't understand, but still. Please, Joshua, you needn't look so concerned. I have no intentions of refusing Her Majesty's kindness or giving against her will. I merely feel a strong desire to settle things within myself, and I finally intend on following through. And that is all. Alright then. Oh, I wasn't expecting to find you here. Still, thank you very much for your support during the attack on Grand Seal. It really did help us all. Oh, please. I only did what I did because it was one of His Excellency's bail conditions. Make no mistake, I wouldn't have helped any of you worthless dregs otherwise. You wouldn't think it would be so hard to accept a thank you. Phew, there were a lot of guests today. By all means, help yourself to any of the food here. It'll taste much better as it's hot. Joshua. It has been a long time since I last saw you. It's good to see you too, Professor. Although speaking the last time, I heard that there was a plan in motion to pull up the Liberal Ark in the lake and investigate it. You heard right. It'll be carried out by conjunction of the Royal Army. That's not to say it'll be easy, of course. Valeria Lake's fairly deep, so we can't stop hauling up bits of the city all willy-nilly. So we'll intend on work on making a map for the lake's bottom using sonar first. Which is gonna take quite some time as it is. So, when are you coming? Hold on, I haven't even... Oh, Joshua. Hey, man. Making the rounds? Something like that, yeah. Anything interesting going on with you? Sort of. Agate said he was gonna come over for dinner in Zeus a while back. So I was asking him when he's free. Oh, that's right, so he did. When are you gonna go off to there still, right? I didn't really mean it though. It's just one of those things you say in passing you didn't give much thought to. I ain't exactly swimming in free time, you know. Being a bracer is busy work. I like to go, sure, but I've got no idea if I'll actually have the time to do it. But I've been looking forward to you coming ever since. Okay. Let me think of maybe at the end of the month. That should be okay. I think that Friday's free. I think. Really? Is that a promise? Yeah, I guess. Oh, so you don't worry about us. The Academy suffered no major damage as a result of what happened. It was certainly a shock to the students, but they all are back to their usual cheery selves now. I heard that the Academy was actually occupied by armed assailants at one point. I was ever so worried when I first heard the news. It's a pleasure to see you again, Joshua. You too, Lila. How you been, well? I have, thank you. Although, I wish I could say the same for the mayor. She collapsed from overworking herself the other day. As such, I had no choice but to force her to take some time off work. That bad? I'm afraid so. She finally was able to rest and recover enough to my satisfaction. Thankfully. So now she's returned to her duties. I assure you that she's in good health, good hands. Oh, is that some party, isn't it? Oh, you don't think you'll have a banquet, I guess. Quite listed anywhere. I used to be a businessman, so I know my fair share of occasions like this. I've never been any with this many famous people in attendance. Oh, Joshua, it's been quite some time since I last saw you. It has. I haven't seen you here in a while, Mayor Claus. The mayors of such liberal cities and towns were invited, I believe. I'm not sure why I was able to do all this much contribute or anything, but I decided to attend nonetheless. That's not true at all. I heard you found supplies and delivered them to Bose and Grancio and then on your orders. I was particularly well received here, and we all know how dire things were at the time. You've got as much right to being here thanks to your efforts as anyone else. It was? Well, that certainly is a relief to hear. Thank you very much for letting me know, Joshua. Phew, it's finally all over. It just goes to show you that if we endure, the goddess will eventually extend her hand in salvation to us all. That's reassuring to know. Poor Mr. Madoff. Greetings, Joshua. I'd like to take this chance to thank you again for all your team did in Ouroboros' schemes to return peace to Liberal. The debt of gratitude we owe is beyond measure. Please, you're exaggerating, sir. We might have been at the ones that entered the liberal art, but we wouldn't have had a chance of success if it weren't for our own. It was only because of you, Richard, Kurt, and the others fighting the ground that we were able to succeed. We could certainly say the same for you too, although it is none of us that could have brought about peace alone. Still, I could have been wanting the chance to thank you personally for all you did. The faith we had in you was work enough in the end that we needed to fight. Is there enough food available for you? If there was anything else that could be appear free to let me know. Oh, it's you. I've heard you've been lending a hand to the restoration efforts in addition to all you did in liberal art. You have my thanks. You're quite welcome, sir. I wasn't expecting him to thank me. I wonder if something happened. Joshua. I'm surprised to see you here, Dad. I thought you were over at the phone. You wouldn't be able to attend because you were so swamped. Nope. Come back next month or longer. Oh, swamped is an understatement. Transporting goods needed to get the country back in order. making sure every area has the utilities it needs. I'm drowning in work. It's gonna take a while longer before we can say liberal is back to normal too, I hear. Come to think of it, Estiles and I certainly didn't expect to find soldiers even in liberal smaller villages, so it threw us off to see so much while we were helping where we could. Doesn't it come to a surprise that you are one responsible though? It should be a long way towards helping people feel at ease. It seems like those when we've got to do all that we can for one another, and the army's no different. With Erebonian cowards and international politics situations a mystery to us, the reorganization of the army had to be sheltered for now too. Still, no matter how busy a man is, everyone needs to kick back once in a while. Yeah. So make sure you make the most of tonight, Joshua. I think you need to kick back more than I do, Dad. Estile's been pretty worried about you, you know. There's no need to worry about me. I'm hanging in there. In fact, I'll say I'll be taking it too easy. You two look comfortable. Oh, if it isn't Joshua, care to join us in for a few drinks? Don't be shy now. The night is only just beginning. But I want to see those exquisite ember eyes of yours swim before it comes to a close. I'm good, thanks. Come on. We're all celebrating celebrity banquet here. Don't be such a spoil sport. Oh, I know. Why don't we have a few drinks to celebrate you becoming a senior bracer at the same time? It feels as though it was ages ago, but we never did go to celebrate your promotion, only Estiles. Say, Shara, about Luculia. Silly Joshua. What are you getting all worked about over her for? You really needn't be. Shara's right. Especially not now. We all have our concerns and worries after all that happened over the past few weeks and months. But this is not the time to be thinking about them. This is the time to be making merry and drowning in fine drink. From sunset to sunrise. Right. I don't think there's ever been a time not making merry as far as you're concerned. It's got a point though. Oh, and while I got the chance to say this to you, no more going off on your own, you hear? You got no idea how worried Estile was about you. Last disappeared, I could barely bring myself to watch her. I won't. I got no intention of doing anything like that again. I'm fine now. Well, if you say so. Oh, the docile expression of yours is so adorable, Joshua. Don't go showing off that face too much tonight, alright? Oh, hey, Joshua. I didn't expect to see you guys here. You're invited too? Sure was. An invitation just showed up out of nowhere, and you can imagine our surprise when we saw the thing. No way we were turning down some high-class grub, though, so we hurried on over. That's very like you. Not gonna deny it. That aside, thanks for Her Majesty pardoning us, we're now free to walk around in the open. Feels like we should start thinking about how we'd make a good honest living for ourselves. It's not the first time you say that. Something about wanting to start a courier service, right? Well, maybe. That's not the only thing we could try out. Whatever we settle on, it would invoke flying the skies. That's how we live so far. I don't want to change now. Hey, Kevin. I wasn't expecting you to still be in Liberal. Oh, sup? Thought you invited too, huh? Makes sense. So, Having fun? You know better, taking it from me. If you don't want to make the most of times like these and eat your heart out, you're going to regret it later. Thank you very much for all that you've done for me, Kevin. If you hadn't come to Liberal when you did, don't sweat it. Not like I did anything special. Glad to see that all the side effects look about gone, too. You're looking pretty spiffy these days, Joshua. So yeah, just forget about owing me or whatever. It's all in the past now. I'm not sure if I should ask this, but are you? Joshua, I'm not going to be in Liberal for much longer, so this might be the last time for us to meet in a while. I hope we'll get a chance to see each other again one day. Yeah, I hope so too. It's nice to be able to attend a banquet like this. It surely drives home the point the nation is back at peace again. The trouble regarding the Liberal arc and its subsequent restoration efforts have shown anew how capable of royal Queen Alicia is. She handled all that happened impeccably. If all this happened in the Republic, it would have been resolved anywhere near as smoothly, let me tell you. Oh, how's it going, Joshua? Oh, hello, Zen. Thank you for your help you've been given to the restoration efforts. I don't know what we'd have done without you. Hey, think nothing of it. It's all part of being a bracer, really. Can't say that much longer I'll be able to lend a helping hand, though. Gotta pack up and head back home at some point. That political situation ain't exactly stable over there, you see. Miss Maid, I need some food. Oh, why hello, it's Joshua. Tonight's pottery is hosted by Her Majesty in all her grace. I do hope you enjoy yourself. If you would, Your Highness, I'd comment on the celebration of the fact that crisis is past now. Just anything too formal, alright? I'd prefer something that just brings out your bright and cheery nature. What? You'd like me to give a comment? Well, let's see. Looks like she's being interviewed at the moment. I could leave her alone for now. Good evening, Your Majesty. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Oh, not now at all. I'm pleased to see you've come. I've been eagerly awaiting the day that we could meet again. I hear you and Estelle have been traveling and helping the restoration efforts. That's correct. We both wanted to see how things were across the kingdom on our own eyes. I'm glad we did, too, because we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. People really are strong. That they are. I have been queen for over 40 years, and the strength of Liberal citizens continue to amaze me to this day. There are plenty who like to credit any other abilities as a ruler or orbital technology for this nation's good fortune, but they would have nothing without its people. I wasn't the one who allowed us to overcome the recent crisis or the war 10 years ago, and neither was orbital technology. No, I believe it is the will of the people to live. That is what I believe supports our country, both then and now. People's will to live? Indeed. You were grievous enough to call this country your second home, Joshua. From now on, you will live to be another great support for this nation. As its queen, that makes me happier than you can imagine. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your words mean a lot to me. Ah, if it isn't Joshua, this isn't discussing the aftermath of the crisis here in Major Vander. Fortunately, the Liberal Arc's collapse caused a little direct damage by itself. That may have not been the case if there had been ships in the lake at the time, but due to part of the orbital shutdown phenomenon, no word. The tsunami afterwards was quite small too. I'd say it's rather fortunate. Estelle and I were able to see as much as we were traveling around the lakeshore. A few people who were watching the city collapse were caught up in it, and a small number of fishermen were splashed with water, but that's about it. Indeed, if anything, the much greater problem would have been confusion that came about the result of losing orbital power. Liberal is, after all, one of the most advanced nations on the continent when it comes to orbital technology. Ordinarily, that would be our greatest strength, but in this case it worked against us. The crisis is now past, but it doesn't mean that our work is done. We still have plenty ahead of us to take care of. Oh, just the man, just the man. Pardon? Ah. Is this the boy that you were speaking of earlier? That's correct. This is Joshua. He was telling the ambassador here about your various accomplishments, Joshua. It's an honor to finally meet you. And the resident Erebonian ambassador here in Liberal, Devil Quang. It's nice to meet you. The tale of how you flew on top of that flying city, all while knowing it may be the last thing you did, brought tears to my eyes. How you were able to participate in an operation that way and brought your death. Casting aside even your girlfriend's objections, I don't know. But I know this, Liberal needs some more young men and women like you. Thank you for saying so, sir. That's what that dude's telling him. Ah, good evening to you. I know, right? Throat's getting a little hoarse. Ah, good evening to you. Thank you so much for making the time to attend tonight's banquet. Oh, not at all. How are you feeling after having all that time to recover, Philip? I'm feeling quite well. You're too kind. I do believe I may have overexerted myself. That's how things once you reach a certain age. I find myself quite wondering whether I had been able to do more if I was 30 years younger. But I suppose there's little point in doing so. What did it look like 30 years ago? Nope. Sorry, Philip. Just can't picture it. Aha! After all the work that we've been doing lately, it's great to be able to come to a swanky place like this and put up our feet. The food's pretty good, too. I swear, it's like watching two children squabble. It's quite that we were peaceful again and all, but I think these two are taking things a little too easy. Wow, I didn't even know Josette was from the nobility. I always pictured Erebonian nobles as being real stuffy and scary. Maybe there's a few cute ones mixed in there. Ah, greetings, Joshua. You have done fine work these past couple of weeks. The damage reports, regardless of what you've been providing, has proved invaluable in allocating personnel. I really can't thank you enough. Oh, you didn't thank me. By the way, Kurt, I feel like I need to say something regarding my bracer badge. As you probably already know, what power I have was given to me by the society. Before becoming a bracer, I used it to commit many unforgivable crimes, too. No matter how much I think about it, I can't see how someone like me can call himself a bracer. You know, Joshua, I've always seen power in an imperfect concept, and that's why I believe that people are able to use it. Am I wrong? No, I suppose not. Then what difference is there between us? We're both keenly aware of our flaws, and yet we both use them to limited power we do, and what we believe is right. I see no difference. Well, can't really argue with that logic. I still can't pretend we're completely confident in myself, though. Be as it may, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You should simply continue striving to overcome it. And while this is but my personal opinion, I'd say you're a model bracer. Hey, it's good to see you again, Elden. I heard you're here, the Bracers Guild representative today. Is that true? Indeed. All the other receptionists are busy, you see, so I was the only one able to attend. That's too bad. Isn't it, though? Would have been a fine time for us to exchange information. But oh well. There's always tomorrow, as they say. Huh. I figured that'd be the case. Looks like I'm most fit to be in this party after all, because I have had plenty of high society gatherings wearing poofy dresses. Hey, don't make it sound like I've never worn a dress before, because I have, for your information. I just don't need to go around trying to convince everyone that I'm not a boy, unlike some people I could name. Try saying that to a boy again and see what that happens. Look, you two, I appreciate you having your differences, but what kind of really public, really high-class place here, so could you take the fight somewhere else? Shut up, Joshua! Shut up, Joshua! Wow, sorry. I think I already talked with everybody. Okay, I think that's about everyone now. There's a few people I didn't get to talk to though, so hopefully I can make another round of the party later once they're free. Oh, here we go. Come on, Dorothy, we're taking the military guys next. Get a move on, woman. We haven't got all day. Neil, I don't feel so good. My stomach feels like a giant bottle of water. That's what happens when you drank too much in a short period of time, you idiot. And never mind that, we got work to do. Okay. Joshua? Oh, hey, Chloe. Finally got a bit of a break. It must have been exhausting having to do an interview after another. Well, yeah, I suppose it is a little. Not too bad, though. I've had to do a lot more of them ever since becoming Crown Princess, so I'm starting to get used to them. My favorite character? I don't usually think of favorites. I don't know. If I had to like choose, it would probably be it'd probably be Agate. Agate would probably be one of my favorites. Believe it. It feels as though I've been seeing your face in all the kind of papers and magazines lately. I think anyone would learn to adjust after a while. Oh yeah. Well, you know, I just like his attitude, that's all. It probably won't be too long before it starts to die down, so just hang in there. All you can really do is grin and bear it until then, unfortunately. Yes, I know. That's exactly what I intend to do, too. I swore to myself that I would do all that I could to help and protect this country's people. Accepting a few interviews here and there is an easy part. Well, if you say so. You really are strong. I'm not so sure about that. I still feel like I'm doubting myself a lot of the time. Like I have to keep going out of my comfort zone, feeling reckless at every push. Maybe so. Still doesn't change the fact that you're strong. Not to me, anyway. I remember the strength you showed trying to protect Clem when we first met, too. Hey, Dal. Hey, how you doing, buddy? I know you probably were lurking, but, I'm feeling a lot better today. It was almost like it never happened. Oh, just as I was talking about system, 4th of July, I did this Death Nut Challenge. It was this thing I saw on Amazon where it was like 5 packages of peanuts, and each one was like increasingly hot, like they all had Carolina Reaper and some 7-Pot and some other stuff on them, but each one had more and more of an amount. And I think by the 3-hour mark, like I was popping one every 30 minutes. I think by the 3-hour mark was whenever I did or 2 hours and 30 minutes. I did the last one, and it made me squirm a little bit for at first, you know, when I was eating it. But the real fun started whenever it started moving through my insides. and to top it off, I was doing a gunfight in a mini game with Josette, and my stomach was tearing itself up so bad that I could not concentrate or focus or anything at all, and I kept losing to the fight because I couldn't even focus because I was hurting so bad. I was just, yeah, it was a pain in the ass. I was like, how could they have made it this hard? It's crazy. I was like I was doing my best like with a mouse. At first I was doing it with a keyboard. I was like, hell no, there's no way that this is happening. But I started using the mouse and it was a lot better. But man, I was moving that cursor around as fast as I could, and I couldn't hit all the missiles and stuff in time. And he kept defeating me. He was like, this is fucking Gilbert. I shouldn't be losing to Gilbert. This is stupid. But I did it first try though today. So I knocked that out first thing when we started. Thank you. I nearly forgot about that. Maybe now wouldn't be the best time after all. Something on your mind, Chloe? Could I have a little bit of your time, Joshua? I've got something I want to say to you. Sure, okay. This way then. Yes, revenge. Is it just me, or does she seem kind of bothered by something? I gotta trim my goatee. My mustache is getting into my nose. And it's distracting. Oh, he's got that anime. He's got the anime MC denseness syndrome. When there's an obvious harem brewing, and he acts like he's completely oblivious to every move that all the girls make, and they all hate and they all hate him for it. And it seems to drive them wild, and they want to pursue him even further. But he's like, come on now, come on. He's a dude, he's a guy. It doesn't matter if he's a moody broody. You know, you got girls clamoring over you. You're gonna take the hint. You're not gonna be that dense. That's just not real life. It's like, well, that's anime for you, right? And this is a JRPG, so it's an anime game. Yeah. He's gonna have to serve Her Majesty in all ways. Chomp, 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 smunk, smack, smunch. I got stomachs to spare. Oh, she's picking up the pace. This could get interesting. Whose side are you on, anyway? I guess I can just leave her as she is for now. She seems pretty occupied. I should go and see what Chloe wants in. May have something to make her angry, though. I don't feel like I have. So, Chloe, what was that you wanted to tell me? Look, I've done something to offend you. I'm sorry, alright? I love you, Joshua. What? Well... sorry. I'm happy you feel that way, but... Don't worry, I know exactly how you were gonna respond before I said anything. I just felt like I had to get that out before I could really start moving on. The sky sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? How long have you, well, felt that way? Shay, Joshua, if you hadn't meet me before Steel, do you think we would have, well... No. I'm pretty sure that never would have happened. Sorry. I told you, don't worry. But even if that was possible, I don't think it would have been what I truly wanted. Because when it comes down to it, I really love both of you and Estelle. That partly is why I wanted to see that troubled face of yours one last time. It was worth the effort to bring it out, too. That was probably the best expression I've seen to date. You can be kind of a bully sometimes, you know that? Maybe. This feels like the most fun I've had in some time. So, what is on your mind, Joshua? What? I can't easily tell you're worried about something. My instincts are quite sharp, but I'd like to believe. Besides, I was watching the whole time I was handling that interview earlier. Oh. How exactly am I supposed to take that? Still, you're hiding something, aren't you? Are you planning on doing something all on your own again? Your instincts are sharp, alright. The steel surprises me from time to time, too. You're definitely up there. Well, that just shows how girls are. So, come on, tell me what's troubling you. It's nothing that major, really. I intend to leave Liberal by the end of the month. But why? The country is finally at peace now. That's exactly why I think this is the right time. Ouroboros seem to be completely withdrawn from the country, and the restoration efforts are coming along smoothly. So maybe it's about time for me to leave on a journey of my own. It's taken me a long time to get this far, but I've finally been able to start thinking of myself as a person and not some kind of broken doll. I was finally able to achieve the very thing everyone wanted for me. Then both a good thing and a bad thing. Good in that I finally feel human, bad that my heart's been aching in a way that I never did before. Broken dolls can easily look away from all the terrible things they've done, but I can't do that anymore. Oh. That's why I need to go on this journey around the continent, so I can work towards atoning for all that I've done, so that I can start embracing the person I am now, in the truest sense of the word. I see. But if you do that, that means you won't be able to see Estelle for a while. Yeah, I know. It may not even be for a while. Could be a long time. I'm still not sure how to break that to her, either. It's just a part of my mind right now. You still got a lot of growing up to do, young man. Huh? If you ask me, you should just tell her in the way that comes most naturally to you. You don't have to write some big speech in your head to advance. Speak to her from your heart. You believe in her, don't you? No matter how you phrase it, she'll understand. All you have to do is to get those words out there. You owe her that much if you love her. You know that, right? Yeah, I do. I really am hopeless, aren't I? You shouldn't have to tell me something that obvious. You wouldn't be you if I didn't have to tell you. Plus, that kind of thing's part of why I love you too. Please stop teasing me. Teehee. Just remember, it'll be okay. If anyone knows you, it's Estelle. Although, if you ask me, she'll... Joshua! Where are you? Oh, there you are. Look at those. They're Josette's goggles. I took them from her spoils of war. I'm glad you were having fun, Estelle. Make sure you give those back to Josette later, okay? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Tune into next week's issue to find out. Wait, hold on. Chloe? Hehehe. I suppose it's about time I return to the banquet now. You can have Joshua back now, Estelle. Sure. Yeah, she kept them. Hey, Chloe? So, I'm not sure how the best to put this either, but... Thanks. I'm glad I was able to talk to you like this. Really, I am. Oh. You're very welcome. Well then, I wish you both a very pleasant night. The heck? So Joshua, what are you two, to talk about? Oh, nothing much. She just gave me a bit of a much-needed motivation. Oh, really? And that sure cleared things up. It's been 5 years and it still hasn't believed me for every single one. And I believe in her too. No it doesn't. What motivation? Steele, I've got something I need to tell you. I'm all ears, what's up? Well, you see... Oh! Fireworks. Wow, fireworks! They're so pretty. There's so many of them, too. A little late. A little late for the fireworks. You see, Estelle. Luxurious lunch. And I got some mirrors. Oh, I thought it said luxurious lunch, but I don't see it anywhere. There it is. Oh, that's kind of crappy. Usually they give you an item, you eat it, and then you learn the recipe. To sit in. Looks like all the other items can be bought. Cures KO. Well, that's good if, well, it's kind of useless. One thing I've noticed in this game is that they had plenty of those, recharge stations throughout the levels. And you can just click on it and recharge everybody and raise people that are down too. I've never had to use any healing items at all, except for raise items while I'm in battle. That's it. So it's kind of, I kind of find the meals are not that useful in this game just because of that. Now to get the two knuckleheads in our oh, whoops.
Take it!
Do it!
Let's see. Ooh, that was a long one. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Roughly 2 months after the crisis that struck Level came to an end, this concludes my reports on all that transpired here 2 months ago. I really cannot thank enough of you above and beyond efforts, Captain. Bringing an end to the chaos and restoring hope to its people is no easy task. You should truly be proud of yourself. Your Majesty, please. I'm sure I have done nothing to deserve such praise. I would beg to differ, and that's why I want to thank you on behalf of every one of Liberal's citizens. Not only did you ensure our safety, but you went from place to place along the restoration as well. And you continue to just be as a leader of the Royal Guard. You deserve all the thanks you get. I really am proud of you, Captain Schwartz. I'm honored, Your Majesty. I believe I'll be able to formally present you with at least one medal for your achievements at a later date, too. General Morgan seems to think a promotion is almost assured as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of future holds in store for you. But Your Majesty, I must object. The only reason the crisis had resolved at all was because the efforts of countless people, all of whom gave their all for a Liberal's sake. My contribution was but a minor part of a much greater whole. I cannot feel it be appropriate for me to be receiving medals for promotions. Captain, I agree that countless people contributed in achieving the peace that we now have. Everyone who fought, who tried to protect their loved ones, now endured the suffering they faced, contributed in some way. But I believe it's clear that everyone without the Eurosteel, the crisis would have been seen as a conclusion, and that it did. And the one who commanded the Eurosteel was you. Be as it may, medals are one thing, but I couldn't possibly consider accepting a promotion. I feel as though I barely spend all that much time in current position, so assuming one with even a greater responsibility would be, Yet there's no need to be so modest. In my opinion, you accomplished much more in your current position than you seem to believe you here. Actually, Captain, I'd like to propose that you take the rest of the day off. How would you feel about that? May I ask why, Your Majesty? I'm not sure I quite understand. As I mentioned, I want to show my thanks to you for all that you did, and I believe there might be a better way to do that than formal meetings like these. You certainly deserve some rest too, given how exhausting going back and forth between military headquarters and the castle practically every day must be. I have been receiving requests from members from the Royal Guard saying that they could have you as a break as well. I'm terribly sorry that you had to listen to such a complaint, Your Majesty. I was certainly not my intent that you should be troubled so. So who was it? Lux? Leon? Could easily be both, knowing them. I used to have them tell me as much every time as they see me, but I cannot believe they chose bother Her Majesty with this issue. As such, I would like for you to take the remainder of the day and use it to relax. That way you can return to your duties tomorrow feeling refreshed and ready for work, the good of the nation anew. Very well. If that is your wish, Your Majesty. I, Captain Julius Schwartz of the Royal Guard, accept your proposal and take the leave of my duties for the remainder of the day. Promotion. Ordinarily receiving one would be a cause for celebration, but for me... Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain. I heard that you had been given rest for the day off. That's right, yes. I am amazed you already knew when I was just told myself. It's not all that amazing, really. Leon was trying to make sure everyone knew over the communications network from Leston. I heard Echo appear directly to Her Majesty even. Directly? I can't believe it. He did look like he had something he wanted to say to me the last time I saw him. What is it then? I still wish I could have helped with repairing the Eurosteel too, though. I hear the repairs are running a little behind schedule too. I wonder how things are going over there. You needn't worry about the Eurosteel's repairs. The only reason that those were still at Elysian Fortress is that they wouldn't have taken for an answer and insisted on staying. The repairs are currently being carried under Gustav and the maintenance crew of ZCF. They completed properly. Incidentally, do you know if Her Highness left already? Yes, in fact. Claudia left out a long time ago if you were looking for her. Oh, it's him. She's gone to expect the royal villa. Well, you're aware of this. Your Grace. I was not. I would very much have liked to accompany her over there, if I am truthful. I suppose that comes as no surprise. You seem always been a one to put yourself forward to escort her in every opportunity. I can't say I understand why. Simple escort jobs are well below your current rank. I suppose so. Still, I'm sure she is well. She has a number of trustworthy guardsmen with her. Try not to fret over her too much. Of course, you're right. Thank you, Your Grace. And with that, we're leaving, Philip. There is work to be done. Just a moment, Your Grace. Please try not to be too downhearted. Oh, what are you doing, Philip? I said that there is work to be done. My apologies. It looks as though I missed Her Highness yet again. Still, we're both so busy with our duties that it's no wonder it keeps happening. It's incredible how much Duke Dunham changed. Tell me about it. Apparently, he's often seen in the administrating room working generously hard lately. He is one of the who proposed paying compensation out a while back, too. I always thought of him as a good-for-nothing slob, but maybe there's something more to him than that. He finally shown that he shares His Majesty's blood after all. You're on duty. Enough idle chatter. My apologies, Captain. My apologies, Captain. As you're seemingly aware, I'll be absent from the castle for the remainder of the day. I expect you two to take care of things here in my absence. Yes, ma'am. Take care, ma'am. Being granted a day off. What is all my glasses for? Oh, it's some kind of fluff. Just flew right in front of my glasses and got on them. Hold on a second. Gotta clean them. Alright, there we go. Being granted a day off is well and good in theory, but I wouldn't have had it in so long. I haven't had the faintest idea what to do with it. Should I go shopping? Perhaps do maintenance, work on my equipment, or would I be best just returning to my room and reading a book? No, I need to do more than simply rest with my time. I need to use it productively. I know. Wouldn't it be nice to take a night stroll along the scenic route? I haven't done that in ages. It'd be an excellent use of my time, even. Oh, thank you for the hydrates and the stretch, Dal. Hug bees. Okay. Is it really true that Julia has returned to Grand Seal? Where did she go? Where is she? Please, don't push. Everyone, please calm down. What exactly is going on here? Captain? Oh no. Why did you have come now? It's dangerous here. Please retreat back inside the castle at once. It's Julia! What? It really is! What in the devil is this? Julia! What? Wait, Julia! Don't go! No, we're gonna kill you! Captain Schwartz, you're locked in the castle gates the whole being. You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. What just happened? Well, there appear to be some rather ardent fans of yours, Captain. You know, we did have a rather large number of fan letters arriving at the castle this morning. I wonder if it could have been related to all this. Fan letters? Apparently, the magazine company put together a special feature of you yesterday. It's full of information on what you were up to in the Flying City. Oh, it's not a bikini issue? Oh, that reminds me. A few people who claim to be from Liberal News came here while you were away. They said they were putting together a feature to capitalize on your popularity, so they wanted to gather material for it. I think I've heard enough. I can probably fill in the rest myself. Why am I getting this kind of attention? Fan letters? Magazine articles? Why am I being treated like someone special? I'm not. Not at all. First, Her Majesty's praising me for being what I deserve, and now this. All I really wanted to do was protect Her Highness, that's all. That's what I wanted to do now, too, but the opportunity to actually go to her and escort her rarely seemed to be present itself anymore. Must it be forced to accept what is how things are going forward? Thank you for your time today, Archbishop. I will conduct Mass again tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Could I ask you to pass that on to Her Majesty? It would be my pleasure. Oh, if it isn't Julia, I wasn't expecting to find you here. Is something the matter? Oh, not at all. And good day to you too, Archbishop. It's good to see you again, Julia. I have seen you in some time. You had me a little concerned. I'm terribly sorry for worrying you. I'd also like to apologize for not attending Mass at all of late. Oh, it's no trouble. I am well aware of how busy you are. I'll ask of you to be busy times to face at this. No matter how busy you become, you must never lose sight of yourself. What matters to you is most always close at hand. Thank you, Archbishop. I'll take what you said to heart. Ha ha. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should really be on my way. Good day, Archbishop. Good day, Archbishop. Actually, there is one thing I may be able to get. Archbishop Current, please wait. Take off your clothes, please, and change out with me. Everyone, please move a little further from the castle gates. Please, just a little more. If everyone please remain calm. It's Julia! She's coming out! She's coming out! I knew it! Aha! Oh, wait a minute. He didn't take his clothes off and gave to her. He just... Where would he had another set of sister clothes? Oh, it's just the Archbishop and a sister. Come now, everyone. Move aside and let us pass. Phew. It looks like your plan ended up working, Julia. Fortunately, yes. I'm sorry for causing you trouble yet again. Ha ha, not to worry. You have my sympathies even. Those seem to have been some really fervent admirers back there. Major Vander? What is he doing here? I thought he had already left Liberal. This is quite a surprise. I wasn't aware that you are also a sister of the church, Captain Schwartz. You can tell? Well... I should be back in Erebonia, but I still have a little cleaning up after that fold to do. I ended up having to come back here again in the end. I would like to take the time to go and greet you, but the chance ultimately never presented itself. Nevertheless, I am pleased that you are able to meet again, Captain. Or is it Sister Julia now?
Major.
It appears to me that there's little point in trying to disguise your identity from this man. Perhaps you needn't bother. Regardless, I am preparations to make at this afternoon's mass, so I should excuse myself. Good day to you both.
Archbishop.
So that was the famous Archbishop Curran, was it? Perhaps I should have taken the chance to introduce myself properly to him.
Major. I should probably explain how I ended up in this situation. You see, Oh, I wish I could have stayed a little longer, but I really gotta get going. I wish I could have gotten a close look at Julia, though. I thought it was finally going to be my chance. Ah, she was so dreamy. They're starting to make their way back. If they find me here, I'm doomed.
Should you like, Captain, I would be happy to help you disguise yourself.
Pardon?
I can't pretend to be familiar with your situation, but I can see that you aren't comfortable with being discovered here. In these situations, your instinct may be to hide, but I believe the best thing to do is the exact opposite. If it works for you, I'd be happy to accompany you somewhere a little safer.
Oh my, thank you. Julia! Please do, right away.
My pleasure.
Never mind, I suppose it was just my imagination. It must have been.
Well, this area seems to be empty. Will this be fair enough, do you think?
It should be. Phew. I can't apologize enough for this, Major.
Oh, think nothing of it. I'm used to having to run around without being discovered. Usually because Oliver's caused some kind of predicament.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm still ashamed of what happened, though. I felt a little commotion like that ruined my plans to go outside the city for my day off. I wasn't able to calm the situation at all. I wouldn't have been able to leave the castle without resorting to a disguise.
I'm not sure how the reason to be blaming yourself here, Captain.
I'm afraid I must disagree. As a member of the Royal Guard, I'm ultimately useless, and this isn't the first time that I felt this way. During the coup d'etat, I was powerless. I couldn't have been able to protect Her Highness, and yet she ended up being captured and placed in danger. The same was true when Grandseal was attacked by Ouroboros, too. Not only I couldn't protect Her Majesty from being endangered by them, I wasn't even able to be anywhere near her. I, of all people, should have had the right to be at her side in hour of need. How dare I learn what happened only after the fact? I'm not fit to even serve them.
Well, I can certainly understand your frustrations. They were both safe, were they not? Surely that is counts above all. Much as we may wish to be, no human is omnipotent. Neither of us are any exception to that.
I understand that. At least I wish to believe that I do. But it makes matters worse. Now I find that there are magazine articles about me, making me out to be some kind of great hero. There is even talk of me being promoted. I don't even feel like I've done my job in a way that's worthy of praise, never mind anything deserving of being a higher position. None of that is what bothers me most. If people want to give me greater praise than I deserve, let them. and receiving a promotion isn't itself cause to be unhappy, more of the opposite, on paper at least. But in reality, I will resort to becoming busier because of my new duties, which will result in me ending up even further away from Her Highness than I am now. I'm a little envious of you, to tell the truth, Major. You've always been able to go and escort Prince Oliver like he is the most natural thing in the world. Maybe you weren't always by his side, but you were when he needed the most. You did more than escort him too. You were able to help and aid him in ways beyond the call of duty.
I got something in my eye.
I can't even land an ear whenever she's plagued with worry. When she's agonizing whether to assume her position as crown princess, I couldn't do a single thing for her.
I feel somewhat reluctant to give my opinion here, as I hardly pretend to be well-versed in your situation. But from what I stand, your position seems a more fortunate one.
How so? What exactly do you mean, Major?
I didn't mean to offend you, so I apologize if I did, but protecting that fool is a task that was thrust upon me the moment I was born. Between us, I find myself envious of your natural loyalty to the ones you serve.
The moment you were born? Oh right, you're a Vander.
And we're a military family whose traditionally serves the imperial family, yes. My luck for anything less than a heroic life ran out the second I was given, I fear.
That certainly is a great responsibility to be destined to fulfill, especially when you're chosen to protect Prince Oliver of all people.
Quite so. Still, my point stands. I do believe that it's a happy, fortunate thing to be able to serve and devote yourself to those you generally care for. I may hardly be an expert on the subject, seeing as Her Holiness is much less of a handful. Am I wrong?
No, I see your point. Perhaps I should see being able to sit and worry about something like this as a luxury. Although whether someone is able to defend Her Highness can really be called a member of the Royal Guard is another issue entirely.
Captain, if you like, I'd be happy to teach you a good way to clear your head.
To clear my head, you say?
Indeed. Still, I would like you to keep this off the record. This will be a one-round duel. Both arts and items may be used.
So this is what you had in mind. I can't say I feel especially confident about my chances of defeating a warrior of the famed Vander family, but I'll certainly try.
Huh. There's no need to be modest. Well, Captain, let us begin.
He's got some hit points on him.
I'm gonna get you.
My soul and sword are as one! Righteous witness!
I had a feeling that he was going to start something like that.
No way! No way!
He's gonna keep spamming that?
I was kind of hoping I might have been able to seal him.
Come and get me.
Man, this is gonna be rough. Oh shit.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
No way! No way!
Oh man, what happened to all my items? I had a well, that sucks. I was using up my EP thinking that I had all my charges. Yeah, that sucks. I wasn't expecting it. If I knew that I didn't have my items, then I would have been a lot more conservative with my art.
For the sake of my master. Get ready.
You know, it would have been nice. You know, I would just restart. You know, and then be more level-headed. But then we have to sit through all that freaking dialogue over again. That's so stupid. I wish I had a chance to save before this. Damn. Well, I'm just screwed. Whatever. I don't care.
This is bad.
Well, I mean, there would have been a chance. There would have been a chance if I conserved my... If I would have just used Soul Blur or something like that to do damage to him. And then just healed conservatively. But no, I didn't have a chance for that. I know you would have been formidable, but not quite like this. Captain, may I ask something? What did you lose by being defeated? I'm not sure I understand. The easiest way to determine the true worth of something is to imagine how things would be if you were to lose it. When you do that, you start to see things for how they really are beyond simple logic. Imagine that you were vanished from the world, and yet you'd still be possessed by the ability to think. Would there be anything left lingering on your mind? Anything that worried you? Something that you wish you could do? If so, that is what you should do most. That's an excellent assessment. I think I finally know what to do. I cannot thank you enough. Thanks to you, I can finally see the path I ought to take. I'll be sure to take all you taught me today to heart. Just don't assume I thought any of what I said and done today myself. I often would cross swords with my uncle to clear away frustrations from having to deal with my own insufferable charge. Well, it's probably almost time I thought about returning to Erebonia. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm feeling a hint of concern for his well-being. Only a hint? Please take my regards to the prince when you see him too, then. I shall. I'll give mine to Prince Claudia as well. It was at that moment I made a decision in my heart. I would do that I can to support Her Highness and the nation's future queen. But to that end, I also resolved to accept whatever promotions I received. No doubt the further I moved up the ranks, the more my chances to actually meet with her would decrease. But even if we can't meet in person, even if I have to do from afar, I want to be able to support her. Perhaps the decision is a selfish one, but I do hope that you can forgive me for making it, Your Highness. I feel somewhat reluctant to disturb Her Majesty when she's busy working, but... Is that you, Julia? Your Highness, Sieg, how come you're back here already? Oh, didn't you think I was still over at the villa? Yeah, I expected it to be too, but there weren't many people there today, so I was able to leave earlier than expected. Oh, I see. So, I am surprised as you are. Actually, I thought you'd been given a day off today. Oh, you knew? Indeed, I had. I ended up running into a friend I didn't have many opportunities to spend time with. The time we spent together simply flew by. I owe my deepest thanks to Her Majesty for giving me the opportunity. I'm so happy to hear that. Julia? I realize this may not be a little out of nowhere, but I wanted to thank you for always supporting me. Goodness, that is out of nowhere. But it's something I should have done ages ago. I can't believe it's taken me this long to state the obvious. Everything my parents would have otherwise taught me, you ended up doing in their place. Now how to fight, how to act, how to think.
It's the only thing starting to realize just how much of what makes me are the things I learned from you. I feel like I've grown up and always seeing you as a role model. I remember grandmother laughing at me one point of how similar I am to you too. Even in the little things like how I walk and move, she said I'm just like you. And Julia, is something the matter? No. All this time I really had it right by her side. I spent all the time worrying because I couldn't see her by mind, but as far as she is concerned, I always was there. I truly am beyond help. Chloe, may I ask something? I don't believe I'll be able to wait upon you as I always had any longer, but even now I wish all I can do to protect and support you. I wish to continue being your retainer, your friend, and your sister as well. So please try to not to overexert yourself during my absence. And even if I'm not able to hear you all the time, I want them to be able to know that you can always call upon me if you need me. Yeah, of course I will. Although I can promise I'll find myself unintentionally taking advantage of your kindness when I do. I'm always happy to have you depend on, and I'm always happy to be glad that you feel that way.
That afternoon, they were able to enjoy a few relaxing cups of tea together. Despite her initial resistance, Julia's day off proved to be much more enjoyable than she had expected. And it seems inevitable that the fragrance of the tea that she drank that day would remain in her memories forever. Alright, finished with that one. It's a hard cut. There's some way I can move stuff around. I need that. Now that is a good option there. I'll be a little slower to cast, but I'll have Lateria. Yeah. Well, it's always a pain in the ass at the start too, because you gotta unlock all their slots and all that crap as well. So much depends on it. Let's see. Now that I'm done with them.
Oh, okay.
That's my default party. No, I'd rather you not. I don't really have to know everything and all that stuff. I'll figure it out, thanks. Well, that should take us to the third place. Funny how this warp ended up in being the exact spot in the device and Seal for the Airoli was in the real world. Device? Are you referring to the first barrier mentioned in that report? Yeah. The one dependent on temporarily freeze in another dimension space. Although, unfortunately for the guy who pulled it off, it looks like even though it wasn't enough to stop the Gospels from being and influence it. I see. Well, we still don't know what happened to the Airoli either. Part of the reason Mom and the Army were looking under the lake was to see if they could find the Airoli there, but they didn't have any luck. Thank you. But there seems to be plenty to think about. The liberal art collapsing means the Airoli itself is no more. I don't think we're ever gonna know for sure what happened unless someone catches that sick freak with the glasses and the grills on him. Not that anyone knows that he is right now. What? But the report said quite clearly. No one in the church said what happened to him either. And it's still being looked into. Still, I think it's fairly safe to say that Raceman isn't involved in what's happening right now. If he were, I'm sure he'd be openly revealing every second of this. You know how kind of guy he is. Yeah, that's true. He's really have something to gain by wearing a mask like that, I suppose. We gotta wait to many unanswered questions at the point. All we can do is keep looking for answers. The less we know, the more we have to guard. So best be careful. Right, Reese? I suppose so. Where are we now? Something similar to J Corridor by the look of it. Kevin, over there. A golden and a silver gate. Well, this is foreboding. Again? Huh? The ghost that we saw in Grand Seal. Visitors from afar. Bearers of the Grail emblem. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can. Before you stands the entrance to the twin corridors. Proceed through them both in sync, or never shall you reach the dark depths beyond. I entrust their operation to the monument before you.
Step forth into the corridors, the power of the Grail with you, and move onward. But beware, once you have stepped through the doors, the trial must be completed. Oh. Well, that's one question answered. The voice that we've been hearing all this time was hers. Although now the next question is, who is she anyway? Yeah. Well, either way, she gave us some real helpful advice on how to proceed. Step forth into the corridors, the power of the Grail with you, and move onward. And I say that we take her up on that advice. Moving in sync means that we're gonna have to split up though. Or more like Breeze and I will take a door at the same time. That's how I took it too. If we don't do it the way she said, I doubt we'd be able to advance. They sure are making it easy for us, huh? That means we're gonna have to divide us among two groups, right? With all the stuff that we fought so far, gonna go against a new area only a couple of people feels dangerous, don't you think? Why not go back to the garden and ask the rest for help? With them, we should get plenty of people for anything that comes up against. But then the voice said that Kevin and I need to be the ones who step through the gates. Sure, but that's all she specified, that you and me needed to go through different ones. She didn't say anything about the guys have to do. Plus, there's no telling what's waiting for us on the other side. Could be use their help. Alright, then, thank you. Hey, we've been fighting together up until now. We need to get through here too. So what should we do? Should we call everyone here right away? Even if we did, it would blame them if they wasted their time prep before heading out. Especially since I've got a hunch that once we go through those gates, there's no going back out. So instead of calling them here, let's go back to them. Then we'll be able to come here once we feel up for the challenge. The dungeon on this plane requires you to form two parties with Kevin and Reese as their leaders in order to advance. Each of the characters you have as point will need to be placed in one of those parties. Furthermore, at the beginning of the dungeons, you won't be able to return to the garden until it's complete. To begin exploring, expect the monument and set their plane phase. Okay. Hitting the paywall.
This will be a good time for us to go ahead and stop for today. We'll pick up on this again next Thursday. Let me see if any of my friends are on here that we can raid. Let's see. Oh, Minnie's is starting her subathon. She's doing some kind of special events or something. Let's give a hello to Minnie's. She's a wacky gals that I've known for a long time, and she's very funny. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for coming by today. I will see you on Monday for some Terranigma, which is a very enjoyable game. Same time, 3 p.m. Central. Take care and enjoy the rest of your weekend.